Welcome back, guys, to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in the Unreal Engine 5.5.4. This is my solo university project called C.E.S.A.R. It's not the Roman dude. This is C.E.S.A.R, C.E.S.A.R, Celestial Engineers Search and Rescue. Game set in space where you search a space station for creatures that are hiding from the robot overlords. Last stream I wrapped up the creature logic for following the player, when they lose the player. And what we're going to do, this is going to be split into two parts this stream. We're going to take a small break from the behaviour tree logic because it has been pretty full on. We're going to create some decals in Photoshop. If I just show you, we need to have some signage. So I'm going to have a sign here saying like Sector A, Science Labs, and then you'd have offices over here. So there's going to be like signage that needs doing. Now, with these ones, I was going to have the decal for the side there. And then we can have another one just in here. So we don't need to litter the place with too many decals. But where we've got the central hub, I don't think we need to have anything in here. I mean, we could have, because these two sections here, just thinking about it, the science and the atrium, they're basically mirrored of each other. So just trying to think where it would be best for the offices. I guess we could have it like an arrow. Maybe just here. So if we, okay, just think about this, right? So atrium with the arrow pointing inwards, and then we could do the same for there, for the offices, and then maintenance. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll make the decals, and then we'll do the option with right arrow, left arrow. And then, yeah, we'll just do that. Okay, so we're going to do the decals first, and then we will add in the last of the creature logic, which is for when they are captured. Now, with testing that logic, I can code it all, but I'm not going to know if it fully works until we've put in the robots logic. But it's gonna be fun. So what day is it today? Thursday. Okay, right, let's jump into Photoshop. Sorry guys, frog in my throat. Right, so we're going black. Now the font I found is called, there's two. There's one called Good Times, one called Rexlia. Now these are part of the Adobe fonts. We've got a transparent background. So I'm just going to select the tool, and we're going to go Sector A. And the font was called Good Times. Welcome to the stream. I think it was... There we go. That's a nice font. So if we went 20, and duplicate this. Okay. So that one's called book. Let's see how regular looks. That's a readable font. It looks futuristic. So I'm doing this at 1024 by 1024. What I'm going to do, I'm going to drop the font size down to 18. Let's go 15. There we go. Okay, so what I want to do is just bring that down. I do want to do a frame around that. Don't want to convert it to a frame. I'll tell you what, let's do a line instead. Just see how a line looks. Dude, I just said no stroke. Why is it? I think that looks quite nice. Okay. And then if we select those, no. There we go. Dead center. Alright, so I'm going to do a group and call this Science Labs. And then we'll do another group and call this No Arrow. And then what we'll do is we'll duplicate that and call this Arrow Right. I don't think there is an arrow. I mean, we can make one quite easily. That looks shite. Why did I do that? That looks pretty central. Right, are we happy with that as the arrow? I'm thinking it's a little too thick, so let's drop it down to 8. Oh, Jesus. Still looks too thick. Now you've got to bear in mind this is going against the white background. I'm going to try something different. What I'm going to do... I think that looks okay. Do we need to do anything fancy with that arrow? I'm not sure. Not even really any point in doing a layer. I'm just not sure on that arrow. I am not sure on the arrow. Why does it not have... Why does it not have arrows in here? Why does my shapes not have arrows? That arrow's bugging me. Let's just go with that. I don't want to waste time dicking around. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, well, that's interesting. I selected merge shapes and it's automatically cut out the center there. That was pretty cool. Ah, I think I know what it was. I mean, um, there we go. Right arrow, left arrow. No arrow. Right. So now, duplicate that group. Ooh. I might call it administration actually. Offices or administration? I feel administration. I'm gonna see how that looks. No, it's too long. We'll stick with that. So if I save, if I get these, duplicate, sorry, duplicate those, and then move that into arrow right. There we go. So no arrow, arrow right, arrow left. Oh, bugger! Hold on. So science labs, sector A, sector B, sector C. Okay. The arrow is bugging me. Thanks for the spam view there, picture. Right, we've got all of our textures. So I'm going to save and we're going to export these. So this one is So this is going to be texture decals. So we'll call this we'll call this T for texture, science, NA for no arrow, and then we'll do that one. This will be arrow right. And this will be arrow left. Minimize that, go into offices. So this is going to be T offices, no arrow. This is going to be arrow right. That arrow is really bugging me. I need to look into why I haven't got arrows as custom shapes in Photoshop. But if we just get it in, we can always change the texture. It's no biggie at all. Right, so I've got science, offices. Into the atrium. So this is texture, atrium, no arrow. It's going to be arrow right. This is arrow left. Maintenance, no arrow. That is arrow right. Arrow left. Okay, so I'm going to save that. We're going to close that. Now, I need to drink my coffee. Jesus Christ. I might make a folder for the decals. Right. Right, let's say, I hope to God I'm not going to have to do that bollocks. You know, with the white... Oh, fucking hell, aren't I? Joking. Oh. Okay, so we've imported the textures, we have fixed the setting there. What I just did, it's a real bastard, but sometimes when you import your textures you get this white edge around them. So now that we've got our textures in, we're going to create the decal. So we'll start from left to right. And once we've made the material, basically there's going to be a material for each of these. So once we've done that, we'll then put these textures into their folder. So let's start. So we'll go material, and then we're going to call this M decal Actually, you know what? I'm going to call it M deck, so M decal atrium no arrow. Okay. So then what we're going to have to do on here is we change this to deferred decal and translucent. And then we put in our texture. So this is atrium NA, so we get that. Drop that in there. The RGB goes into the base, and then the alpha goes into the opacity. And there you have it. That's it. And then what we can do is if we copy and paste that and label this as arrow right. We go in there, we remove that, and we drop in the arrow right. And this will be arrow left. Ugh. I'm excited to see this in engine actually. Right, so now we're going to do maintenance. So that's no arrow. Arrow right. Arrow left. Let's do the offices next. Arrow right. Arrow left. Atrium, maintenance, offices. Last one is science. Arrow right. Arrow left. And there we have it. We have, oh hey long on. There we have all our textures ready to go, the decals. Welcome to the stream, long on. How are you doing, dude? Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable in either engine, Unreal or Unity, to be honest. I prefer Unreal though, definitely. Right, we're going to call this textures. Actually, yeah, I think I'll keep those in there. Put the textures in there. Okay, so now with the decal, let's save all. So let's do the atrium first. So I wanted to put it. I think putting it on both walls is going to be too much. Hub. Right, I'm going to make a new folder quickly. And I'm going to put the barriers and the portal. Create a folder. And we're going to call this hub for center of the map. So if I was to turn that off. There we go. Right, let's drop this in. We'll do a new folder and call this decals. I'm glad you're doing okay, long arm. Good to have you here, dude. I feel like I've been on my own for like the last however long it's been. Okay. So what is that? That's atrium. So we need no arrow atrium. So if we put that there, the arrow's pointing down. So if I did that at 0 and then 90, no. Fuck's sake. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on a minute, this is really disorientating. This is so disorientating. Fuck me. Right, 180. Why is it getting stretched so much? Thank you, dude. Hidden gem of a stream. What's a hidden gem? I wonder why. Like, if we rotate it. Ah. So you've got the green. There's a blue arrow on that, right? There's a arrow. Basically, where that arrow points is where you need to have it, basically. Right, and then we've got to rotate it 90. Nice! Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Oh, I'll tell you what. That doesn't look too bad at all, does it? Woohoo! Baby! Okay, we might need to bring it out a little bit because where it's at the side, it's a bit faded. Oh, decal stuff is easy, bro. Let me show you. Look. All you have. This is made in Photoshop. 1024 by 1024. Transparent background. All I did was create the text and the arrow and all the rest of it. And then all you have to do is make a material. You drag and drop. You just drop your texture from the content drawer into here. Just drag and drop. All you have to do is set material domain to deferred decal and blend mode translucent. And then you just plug in the RGB to base color and the alpha to opacity. That's it. Super easy to do. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it back 10. Wait, what was it at? Just need to make sure that it's, once we've got it nailed. Interesting. So I've adjusted the you can see up here, if we go 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. That's basically yeah, any changes I make, it's still having the same effect. But yeah, straight on. So on that basis, we're gonna go 1, 2, 1, oh, 1, 2. We'll just do that. And it needs to be 150 on the Z. So 150 height from floor to ceiling is 300. So there we go. I'm not too bothered about the side bit there. That looks really nice. Should I have one the other side? I have this urge to do one the other side, but then it's going to feel too much. If you think of anything in the real world, and you've got like you're opening a door and there's a label out the front, you're not going to have two labels for the same place. So I think I should stick with just the one. And then given that that's on the left hand side, if I keep that consistency for the others, I think that would be good. So sector C atrium. So if we move that into... Where's my decal folder gone? And then this is for the offices. I'm just wondering, should I put... Okay, yeah, we'll put in the offices, and we'll do it on the left hand side, guys. So offices, no arrow, so we're going to put that there, and then we're basically just going to copy. If I copy the location and paste that on there, copy the rotation, paste that there, and then copy the scale and paste that there. If I did 0, no. So we're going to want 90 degrees rotation, and then if I was to move that along, oh, look at that. Oh my god, I've literally just put that in that looks the perfect position. Oh, look at that. So when you're moving around, on your left hand, if you're looking forward, you can see that on your peripheral vision. I don't want to put it on this wall here. It feels good to have it just there. I don't know why it's doing that. Can you notice that? As I'm moving, can you see that black line? You see that on the texture? That'll be a bug fix or something to investigate. But when you're looking at it straight on, it's perfectly fine. I recall having a similar issue with something like that when you're looking at a decal from an angle. So Sector C, atrium. Sector B, offices. Okay. So that will go in there. If we just go round in a circle, I guess with the arrowed decals, what I can do with the arrow decals is I can basically put them on this bit, so the arrow will point that way, saying go this way for the offices, and then directly outside we have the decal without the arrow. I think that's nice. Right, so we need to duplicate that and basically bring it up the top. So copy and paste that one. So what is that at the minute? That's 2000. So if I did minus 2000, it's gone too far. Let's do 1600. Okay. Where's the other one? Oh wow, the other one was quite interesting. Okay, so we've got those ones done. Now it's going to be this one. This one is going to be science labs. So if I just drop in science NA for no thingy. If I copy the position of that one, so copy the location. And then oh fuck me, what happened there? I did minus 400, dude. What the fudge? There we go. Woo! It just fits! Oh my god, dude! It just fits. Holy crap. Oh, that's got me paranoid now about maintenance. maintenance. Oh, it should fit. Holy crap, that is a tight fit. I mean, we can always scale down the texture, but woo! That was close. That was a little intense, I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's intense. Right. So we've got the offices, office, science labs. We've got the atrium over here. So now what we need to do is basically get these ones, copy the location of that. So we're going to put in the maintenance one. So if I save and if I get maintenance NA for no arrow. If I just copy the location of that one. And then you want to make that 1,000. And then it needs to go, we need to flip it. And then just put it about there. Oh no! It's too big. .4. Okay, I have to make the other ones 0.4 now, or else they're going to be a bigger size and I have to have consistency. So we'll just put in the maintenance one for down here as well. So I'm going to duplicate that one, and this is going to be 1940 minus 400 minus 100. Okay. Alright, so we need to copy the scale. So maintenance is good. Oh, that's interesting. It's gone on the outside. Let's just test that out. Oh, that looks so nice against the white. I just don't feel like I need to put it on the other wall. Oh, that room is terrifying. I love it. I love it. So good. Welcome to the stream, guys. Willkommen. Guten Tag. Wie geht es dir? Okay. I really like that. Okay. I don't feel like it should come a panel before. It doesn't feel right. So it's so tempting to put it on the other side. It's so tempting to put it on the other side, but I'm resisting. Okay, so we've got the decals around. So we've got we've got the science labs, maintenance, atrium, offices. So what we're going to do now is just put one on the wall in here to indicate. So from the starting area, so these ones don't have an arrow because they're signposted right next to the section they're relevant for. But from the hub, I can do an arrow. So that one is for the atrium. So if I get the atrium arrow right, and then what is that one? Atrium. Okay, so I'm gonna copy the location. I'm gonna paste, copy the rotation, paste, copy the scale, paste, and then all we have to do is bring it backwards. And there we have it. I'll tell you what, the arrow doesn't actually look bad. In Photoshop, I was like, this is bugging me. The arrow just looked shit. But actually seeing it in Engine, without it being a solid black arrow, just having it like that with the outline, because it's against the white panel, so it actually looks really good. So sector C, atrium, and then the arrow pointing to it. Oh, this is so nice having decals in there, guys. Okay, so if I put that one in the decal folder, if we do, what is that one? That is that maintenance? Yes, it is. Okay, let's do one for maintenance. So maintenance arrow right. I'm gonna copy that. And then what we're going to do is move it up there. We're going to rotate, so this will be -90. Move it that way. Oh, guys, this is so cool. Okay. Right, so now we're going to put in... that's science lab, so that's going to be C.E.S.A.R. What I'll do is I'll just copy that one. Thanks, long arm. But, oh, we've got a but. What's the but? No, not this place. It's overrun by robots. That is why there's hanging particulates. It's meant to look... It's meant to look like derelict. Because the robots... it's overrun by robots, so it's not meant to look clean. That is why there's... I call it space dust. They're not sterile robots. No, they're not. These robots are definitely not cleaning robots, dude. They're evil. That looks good. Okay, so that is Science Labs, Sector A. Okay, and then the last one is offices. Let's put that in the decal. Oh, actually, we can just move to decals. So offices, arrow right. What we'll do is we'll just copy maintenance AR. Okay, now we've got that. Its position is 810. So if I did minus and then move that 800 on the Y. Ooh. And then rotate it 180. Oh, it's off a tiny bit. I'd say that's half in. Okay, I think I've got in all of the decals. So we've got atrium, arrow right, atrium, no arrow. We've got 3 maintenance, so 2 of these no arrows, 1 with arrow. Offices have arrow right and then 2. And the reason the offices have 2 no arrows is because they have 3 entrances to them, whereas science and atrium, there's 1 entrance. Right, let's test this. So Sector A, Science Labs. Thanks for the spam view offensive. Sector A, Science Labs. Sector B, offices. Sector C, atrium. Sector D, maintenance. That's nice. I'm happy with that. It's just a bit of signage, simple signage for the players. Just signposting the way. You know, if they don't, it might help familiarise themselves. I mean, each sector literally has a very distinct colour scheme. This guy's so fast. I love how fast he is. So funny watching him run around. Oh shit, the robot, bro! Oh, let's just lose the robot. Oh, shit. Damn. So Gelatino's the only creature to morph into an object to kind of camouflage himself. It's going to find us. Oh, he didn't spot us. Game complete, guys. This is, oh my god, so good, so good. I am so happy with how this has turned out. It's exactly how I envisioned. Super chuffed with this one. Okay. Sorry, give me 1 sec, guys. Right. So that is the decals part of the stream done. I don't think I'm going to need another arrow. So I'm going to get rid of all these ALs, which is for arrow left. Because the arrow right does the job. There we go, just clears up the project a little bit. Not that it's going to be large, I mean those textures, 19.8 kilobytes, it's literally black text on a transparent background. Right, so we've got the decals in. Let me just have a look at the job list quickly. Pop-up radar when escorting, done that. Sorry, I'm just going through my job list for this project. Okay. Right. Okie dokie. Right, so the title of this stream, my pedigree chums, was Decals and Creature Behaviour Trees Part 7. So we've got the decals done. That's taken, call it an hour and 45. So that means the last thing to do for this stream is the creature behaviour for when they're captured by a robot. So essentially, what what happens is, if I bring up a behaviour tree, let's go bear coon. Right. So this is the behaviour tree at the moment. Okay. Now we're gonna need a Blackboard key for captured. It will just be called captured, and essentially, if they are captured, like we would add a decorator to these sequences, and the condition for that is that the captured key is false. So then, if the creature is captured, it would only ever go down the branch for captured. And in the captured, it's quite simple. Let me just bring up my document. When a creature is captured, it follows the enemy AI at the same movement speed. And then move to the enemy. And then when the enemy reaches target destination, we destroy the creature. So it's literally, when captured, follow the enemy, match the enemy speed, move to enemy location. So if I bring up the behaviour tree, I'm going to have the speed I'm just probably going to have it at the patrol speed, to be honest. Yeah, I'll just have it at 125. So the first thing I want to do with the creature, we're gonna need to create a sphere. So if we just do bear coon first, for example, on the viewport, we're basically gonna add a sphere. So we've got the capsule component, got the mesh. So basically, yeah, you do plus 50. So he would appear like he's above the ground. Let me just make a note of this, guys. I'm going to make a note of these. So plus 50 skeletal mesh on Z location. So basically we're moving the creature upwards, okay? What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy a material. Oh, you know what we could do? Oh, you know what we could do? I was just going to go for like a bubble, but I can actually make it animated. I can, in here, you see that's moving. I could basically use the barrier. We could have a similar effect like this. Where it looks like the creature's inside a prison. First thing to do is to add... Oh, I'm tempted. If I open up the barrier material, you've got the texture there. Do you see what I mean? If I copied that and gave it a red colour, I think that would match the sinisterness of the creatures. So I'm just going to quickly do that, guys. I think this is going to look really cool. Okay, so here is the barrier. I should be able to change the colour. There we go. Let's max out the saturation. And then if I export as prison texture, I call that prison. And then if I undo that and just save, close that. And then in here, in material, I'm just going to put that in there. Why has it done that? Nearest, save. And then if I copy that and call that prison, open it up and then drop in the prison. There we go, prison. Okay, so now on this creature, we're going to click on the topmost part of the hierarchy and we're going to add a sphere. And then it needs to be big enough. We're also going to turn off where is collision? No collision. Scale will go 1.2. Actually, we'll go 1.5. And then the material, which is there, we type prison. Oh my god. So then if we moved him up, it was plus 50 on the Z. There we go. Look at that. literally stuck inside there. And we can reduce the speed of that prison, so we could go 0.5. So when it's captured, it appears in that bubble. And we can set the opacity down to, say, 0.5. Might try 0.2 actually. There we go. So when the creature's captured, they're literally gonna sit inside there, and that perfectly encapsulates them. And you can see there the sphere is in a perfect position with the capsule collider. So if we move that mesh back down to -50, we'll call this prison. No collision. Okay. So when the creature's captured, set their skeletal mesh to plus 50. Get the location plus 50 to it, or set it. I think it'd just be easier to just do plus 50. Then that would put them inside there, and then if we go visibility, we're going to say not visible. So the prison is there, but it's not visible until they are caught. So when the creature's captured, plus 50 skeletal mesh, change anim to captured. Alright. I guess what we're going to do, guys, is get this coded, I guess. So we'll start with Bearcoon. We'll just go in the order that they appear in here. So Bearcoon, Gacanda, Gelatino, Octo, Nymph. Sorry. Right. So Bearcoon. So I'm gonna make a note of what I need to do. So we're gonna go to the blackboard. Blackboard, add key, captured. So call this captured. I'm just jotting down the steps here so that when I replicate this for the other 3 creatures, it's going to be a streamlined process. So captured, boolean, GG. Have a sip of coffee. So blackboard, add the key, captured ball. And then what's the step? So logic. Let's just jot down the logic. So follows follows robot, match robot speed. You want rotate to face as well. So follow, hold on, rotate to face robot. It follows the robot. Match robot speed, move to robot. So rotate, follow, matching the speed. Oh. And then move to, and the animation, we also need to hide the radar when it's captured because you're no longer escorting it. But the point, the radar will be hidden, but you still won't be able to loot another creature until that creature is gone. So the moment that creature is destroyed or put away, when that creature is put away, you have to find it again. So when it's destroyed, that's the point that we will allow the player to loot again. So I'll just read out the logic. So we're going, this is for the behaviour tree. So we're going to hide the radar, play an animation, rotate to face the robot, follow the robot, match the robot speed, move to robot. So I should have, excellent, I've got enemy actor as a key. Excellent. Enemy actor. Right, so the first step we've done is we've added the key. Just bear with me, guys, while I do this, because I just want to make sure I get this correct. Okay, so we're going to add I'm going to move that there. So move sequence left escape space station. So move that sequence left. And then we're going to add a decorator. So where we've got the captured, by default, it's off. So we're going to add decorators. And this condition is going to be is not captured. Okay. So that's what we've just done there. We've added in the restrictions, so the creature won't be able to escape if the captured is true. Okay. So I'm adding decorators to existing branches. captured is not set. Okay. What GPU? Oh god. I think I've got a 4070 Ti Super. I think. I've got a beast. It cost me like nearly £1,000. I think it cost me £900. I got it about 2 years ago. Yeah, 4070 Ti Super. I'm pretty sure that's the one I've got. Do you struggle with your current rig? With Unreal then? Really? Damn. What version are you using? Oh, I needed Bearcoon. Sorry, I needed to check that Bearcoon works. Oh god, I wouldn't use a laptop for Unreal, bro. Jesus, you're brave. Surely that would fry it. That's unless you've got a decent one. I can't remember the last time I used my laptop. Okay. Right, sorry, I was just testing there that worked. Thank you, dude. The animations, everything you see in this game is my own work. The only thing that isn't mine is the sound effects. All of that will be credited, but everything else I made, I modelled it. All the code's mine. The animations I used Mixamo because I don't have enough experience doing animations in Blender yet. I do plan to learn that more over this summer. So I'll be doing lots of Blender streams. But yeah, the radar, the radar thing I'm really happy with. It's basically a proximity sensor because the creatures follow the player's movement, and you're going to be focused on avoiding the robots. You're not going to want to keep checking behind you to make sure the creature's there. So the proximity radar is basically an aid, so you can focus on moving around, and looking at the radar, how far away you are from the creature. When the radar limit is reached, you you lose the creature. So that's the radar's purpose. Okay, so we've added decorators to the existing branches for captured not being set. So now we're going to add a new sequence, and this is going to be called captured by robot. Okay, so we've got the new sequence. So the logic here is we're going to do hide radar. Okay. If I move that down, that should still retain position. If I move that across, it's going to lose. Oh no, actually. No, that's pretty good. Alright, so we'll put this one here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. So the captured by robot. New sequence. We're going to add the decorator to this. The only condition, we'll call that is captured. Is set captured both. New sequence. Add decorator to sequence. Captured is set. Okay, so when everything else will be ignored, when is captured is set, all of these other branches, it's not going to go into those, it's going to go straight down this one. So yeah, seek the first part of this. So add decorator. And what is that? Add task. Add task. BTT hide radar. Next up, we need to do the animation. I guess within the one, because the logic is hide the radar, animation, rotate the face, follow the robot, match robot speed. In the code for follow the robot, I guess within that same code we can set, it would make sense in there to set the creature's skeletal mesh position and things on at that point. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. So we're going to play animation. Sorry, I'm jotting down these steps on Notepad as I go, so I can quickly replicate this code for the other 3 creatures. Once I've put in this logic, I'm then going to call the stream, and then when I wake up, I will smash out the logic for the robot, which will involve attacking the player once they've reached them, investigating noise and capturing the creatures, and then that is literally all of the core gameplay done. And then it will just be a matter of me doing a couple of visual effects for like when the creature's escaping a portal, a little kind of poof, and then I think 1 or 2 other bits, but it would be just like sorting out the UI and the credits scene and stuff. So this game, I think I might be... what's the day today? It's Thursday, isn't it? I think by Sunday I could have this at an almost complete state, which gives me, the remaining time to focus on group project and a massive essay. Right, sorry, let's get back to basics. So add the play animation. So it's going to be looping and non-blocking. And the animation is for Bear-Coon. Lovely advert on YouTube there, thank you. So hide the radar. Right, you have to notice these numbers are very important, guys. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move that there. We need to make sure that the numbers are in order. So hide the radar, play the animation, and the animation is going to be Bear-Coon captured. Which is this one. So when he's captured, he's going to be in that state. Okay, so play the animation. Next is the rotate to face robot. So enemy actor. Right, so I'm gonna do a rotate to face. That's going to be enemy actor. Dude, there's like a little midget that's flying around. Little bastard. Right, so rotate to face robot, and that is going to be the enemy actor key. At the moment, there's nothing in here setting the enemy actor. So rotate to face... so 789, rotate to face robot, precision 10, add rotate to face robot, key, enemy actor, rotate to face robot, and then, okay. Right, so basically, the next couple of things. So what we've got the hide radar, the animation, rotate to face the enemy actor. So now what we need to do is to follow robot, match the speed of the robot, and just move to the robot basically. So it's kind of similar to this. This BTT follow player for Bear Coon, if I just show you that, follow player, all that does is just set the speed on there. So we would have that. But to be honest, we can handle that speed within one task. So let me just look at this. So rotate to face the robot. You need to follow, set the speed, and then move to. So move to is a separate thing. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So, oh, this is going to be very interesting. So basically, when the robot, oh my god, when the robot catches a creature, Jesus Christ, I'm just trying to think how to handle this. It's gonna be setting. Oh man, how am I gonna do that? Let me just check something. Okay, so we're going to have to add in, I think, an event. If we had an event for Bear Coon where we can basically say if it overlaps with a robot, then set that as the enemy actor as a variable reference, and then we can read that variable from within the controller, where we can set the blackboard key. Okay, right. So back to here. So follow robot, match the robot. Oh my god, right, give me one sec guys, sorry. Rotate to face the robot, enemy actor. Let's get up this logic. So the chase player, all that does is set the speed. Let's go to, right, so go to the event graph. Okay. Um, right, I think what we're going to need to do is add a sequence. Because we're having two known instances where we know the capsule is going to overlap. The first here is when the portal overlaps. We're going to where the portal overlaps, we're doing this. So I need to give the actor a tag. So when a robot overlaps with the capsule on the creature, oh my god. I guess we could set that is not straight. What's going on there? Why is that on the piss? That is not a straight line. What? Why is that not straight? I've just pressed the straighten node. What the hell? Okay. If the actor has the tag robot, then set that as enemy actor. I'm going to call it enemy target because we've already got enemy actor under here. I don't want to have two variables the same name. Okay. So if our creature overlaps with a robot, and that's true, then we're saying set the enemy target, and then have a boolean called captured. By default it's false. Okay. Need a sip of my coffee, guys. Now, I know I've got to replicate this 3 times, so I'm just going to go boil the kettle. I reckon this will take another hour and a half, maybe. Okay, the kettle is boiling, guys. Oh, it's really annoying me that line is not straight. God damn! I said god damn. Damn! Okay, so we're NBP, so we've added the boolean, and then what we're going to do is we're going to set the boolean of the creature to say that they've been captured as well. Oh, now it's straightened it out. Okay, so now that we've got that logic, second output. Add tag to enemy robot, add boolean captured, add the boolean captured, we've done that, and then we've set captured. So what we can then do if we go to our Bearcoon controller, we should have an event tick, I think. We may not. Where was the event tick? I remember there being an event tick. There we go. So we don't actually need to plug that onto event tick. What we can do is the moment that they are captured, we can go into the controller and set a key. It's going to be quite simple, guys. Let me just go make a coffee. And we're going to smash this out the park, baby. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right, I've got rocket fuel, I've got the coffee. Right, let's think about this. Okay. We're gonna set custom. Right, hold on. Right, now need to go into controller. So we're going to the controller of the creature. And custom event. And this is going to be called set captured. Compile save. And then so we're going to trigger that custom event from here. So when we're captured, when the robot overlaps with our creature, we're setting the overlapped enemy as the enemy target. So we're able to know which enemy is going to become our blackboard key. Now I shouldn't need to make that in. We'll find out. And then we say we're captured. I don't even know if I need that captured boolean, to be honest. We'll keep it on there. I don't think I'm actually going to need that because the logic is about to... I don't think I need that. Because the logic I'm about to do, it's going to make the creature follow the robot. There's nowhere else in the code where I'm going to need to... I think I can get rid of that. Right, so now we're going to go to that. We're going to get actor of class, Bear-Coon controller, and we're going to trigger set captured. I don't think... Sorry guys, frog in the throat. We'll just rename that to... No. Set captured. You know what? I'm gonna call it in prison. Because that's what's going to happen. Yep. I love it. So, act as tag, robot, set the enemy target, go into the controller and trigger the imprison task. So, in here, on the imprison... we're going to cast to Bear-Coon. No. We're going to get actor of class. And we're going to target Bear-Coon. So current, go to controller of creature, custom event in prison, trigger that custom event from here, done that. So, replicate logic for in prison. Okay, so when we're triggering the imprison custom event under the controller, we're saying get actor of class Bear-Coon, and what that does, it finds the actor in the world. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get enemy target. Okay. And then hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Right. When the robot overlaps with the creature, set that enemy as the enemy target. Go into Bear-Coon controller and trigger the imprison. So captured, not set. So we need to set that key. I don't think there's anywhere else at the moment. If I just go through decorators, add the robot, add sequence, la-di-da-di-da, robot collision. So BP creature name, we've done that. Add the tag, go to the controller. Okay, so we need to do that within here. So we're going to be setting the value as a ball. So actually, I guess what we could do first is just set the up here, set a value as object. So we're gonna, if we go to our behavior tree, it's enemy actor, object, default, base class actor. So back here, we are going to be doing that. So I'll copy the blackboard and I'll copy that. Back down to our imprison logic. The blackboard goes into the target up there. That goes in there. The object value is actor object reference, which be the enemy actor. And then we're promoting that to a key. And you see here where we've got, we don't need to make it instance editable. What we need to do is make sure the variable name and the default value are the same. So we're going to promote that to a variable. And then go on to Bear-Coon, enemy actor. We're going to copy that. We'll go back to the Bear-Coon controller. Compile. There we go. So what's going to happen is on the imprison, we are going into, we're basically retrieving the creature in the world. We're getting its target enemy variable and we're setting that in blackboard with enemy actor. And then in the same breath we need to also set this as a ball. So the ball value, the target is also going to be the blackboard. So I'm just going to put that there. We're going to promote that to a variable, and it's going to be turned on. And you see here the variable name and the default value need to be the same. So we're going to go into our creature, and we're going to get the captured, and we're going to copy that key back to the controller. Captured, compile, put in the default value. So now what's going to happen is that's the target enemy. So the enemy actor is the enemy target. And then we're saying the creature's been captured. So then, as per the decorators, captured is set. So, quite simple. So that should handle all of the logic for the creature yeah, the creature being imprisoned. Now what I could also do from this blueprint in here, after the imprison, because that imprison logic is gonna go straight into, once that captured's been done, it's gonna go straight down to here. So what we can do is, after the imprison, we can add in the bits we need to for the creature captured. Thanks for the spam view, Menacing. I think you're like the 5th or 6th bot to join the stream. Thank you. So, BP creature name, replicate logic after triggering imprison. So, we're going to get the skeletal mesh. So, the skeletal mesh. We're going to get the location. It was plus 50. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Bear with me. Oh, it's 7 AM. Okay, so get the mesh. Transform. I think it would be set the transform so it's plus 50 on the Z. Set the relative. So by default, visibility. Set visible. Okay. So I think that should do the job there. If it's the robot, set the enemy target, go to the controller, trigger imprison. Imprison does just that. Set the enemy actor and set the captured to true. Very simple. And this sets the transform, so plus 50 on the Z for the skeletal mesh. Set the visibility of the prison to on. And then we need to change the animation to captured, and that is already being done up here. We're playing captured. Done. So let's save all. So now that we've got that done, if we go to our behaviour tree, after enemy actor, captured. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so the next step then, so hide the radar, we've done that. We have sorted the animation out. We're rotating to face it. So now the follow robot and match the robot's speed. That can be done. Play animation. Rotate to face. Chase the player. That's it, literally. So we're going to follow the robot, match the speed. So we just need to do a code here for not chase player, this is going to be follow robot. So if I go in here, new behaviour tree task, call it BTT, bear, coon, follow robot. Control speed 125. Okay, there's quite a few steps to me to replicating this for the other 3 creatures, but now that I've jotted down the steps, this should be fairly straightforward to do. Okay, so follow the robot, match its speed, so I can save that. So that's the follow player. So now what we do, rotate to face. Okay, so chase the player. So this is going to be follow robot. So over here we're going to do Bearcoon follow robot. So the movement speed is 125. 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. So it follows the robot. Hold on. Match the robot speed. So we've done the robot speed. So add behavior tree task on the behavior tree. So we're saying when it's following the robot, it's 125 movement speed. And then if we just go over here, so the chase player, what that's actually doing is just setting the movement speed. Move to enemy actor. And that is going to be enemy actor. And I believe that is the logic all done. Right, so there's quite a few steps here. If we just check the numbers, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then we could just bring this. Ooh. I preferred it where it was actually. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the logic there is hide the radar. Um, Give me 1 second, guys. So we need to set is escorting false on here. Actually, no, it would probably be best to do it over here. So we've done the logic there. What is that? Why is there a little blue symbol? What does that mean? Oh, is that because it's a behaviour tree task? It's a tiny little blue book looking symbol. Not noticed that. Okay. So that is the logic. Hide the radar, play the animation, rotate to face robot, match its speed, and then move/follow. So that is the logic there. And that is Bearcoon done. But what we need to do, one last step, was on robot. Alright, close that. On the logic, creature in play. God, I've got so many blueprints, guys. Creature in play. So when the robot destroys it, we need to yeah, do that. Yeah. Okay, so So this is an important step here, because if we don't do that, if we don't set escorting false, we're going to get the radar beeping. And we don't want that. For the complexity of this game, my player character blueprint feels really diddy. Okay, I think we're ready to replicate this. So we've got everything in place now. So I just need to do this 3 more times, and luckily it's not that complicated. So I'm going to keep these ones open, and we're going to go into our next creature, which is C.E.S.A.R. We're going to open up the blueprint. We're going to open up the controller, and we're going to open up the behaviour tree task. So what we're going to need to do, I should be able to do this. If I copy and then paste, there it goes inside the bubble. Right, so we've put the prison on the creature. So now we need to go to the C.E.S.A.R. blackboard and add the key captured. Default value, yeah. Default value off. Okay. Right, I'm getting a bit of a dry throat. Okay, sorry, back to business. Right, so we're on C.E.S.A.R. blackboard. We've added the captured bool. And then we're going to go to the behaviour tree, and we're going to move this left. Ugh. Right, so we've moved that left. Now Add decorators to existing branches. Captured is not set. Captured is not set. Okay. Add the decorators to existing branches. Captured is not set. And then we need a new sequence, which is going to be called Captured by Robot. And so new sequence, Captured by Robot, add decorator. And this is going to be is captured, is set, captured. Okay. Nice and straightforward. Add decorator. Add task DTT hide radar. Play animation. And this is for Gakanda. Just need to check my sugars, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. So add task, hide radar, add play animation, Gakanda captured, looping non-blocking, add rotate to face robot. And if we just check, we've got enemy actor there. So hide the radar, B to T hide radar, play animation, hide radar, play the animation, take to face the robot, enemy actor. Okay, now what we're going to be doing is going into the creature blueprint. Add sequence to capsule overlap. Okay. Alright, so what I'm actually going to do, I'm actually going to drag this over to my other monitor. That's going to be easier for me to work. So, right, we're going to drag this over here. And going to be doing a sequence. So the first part is going to go into there. Move that back. YouTube has clocked on that I've got an ad blocker. Wow, it's taking its time. I've been going for like quite a few hours today without being caught by YouTube. So if we do get an advert pop up, apologies. Okay, so what I'm doing at the moment is I'm adding a sequence to the capsule component overlap. We're going to be doing the first and second output, and just copying the code from the other one. Okay. Add sequence. So the first sequence is portal. Alright, that's all good. So this is going to be robot, and then an if. And then we set this is going to be called enemy target. Set the enemy target. So robot collision. So sorry guys, bit windy today. Jesus Christ. Oh. It's funny. It's the little things in life, guys. It's the little things, the little happiness, the little moments. Set the enemy target. Oh my god. Jesus. I'm easily entertained. Easily entertained. Right, I'm just looking at my steps. So add the sequence, capture overlap. First one's portal collision, second is the robot. Replicate the logic for robot collision. Can't finish the rest of that just yet. We're going to go to the controller of the creature. And custom event in prison. Custom event in prison, and then trigger custom event from the creature. So we're gonna get actor of class, and that's going to be Gekanda. Gekak. No. Gekanda controller. Gekanda controller. And then we're going to trigger imprison. Okay, so trigger the custom event from the creature. Custom, right, go to the controller, create the custom event in prison, which is there, and then we're triggering it from here. Custom event in prison, trigger it, and then replicate the logic for in prison. So what we now need to do is go onto here and just replicate it basically. So we're getting an actor of class. So I'm just gonna copy that. So this is Bear Coon, BP Bear Coon. So this is gonna be BP Gekanda. BP Gekanda. And then we're getting target enemy. And then we are going to be setting value as object. I'll just copy that blackboard part. That goes there. The enemy target gets plugged into the object value. And then the key name gets promoted to a variable. Variable name and default is going to be the same. It's going to be enemy actor. And you can see on here we have enemy actor. So we paste that, compile. Select it again, put in the default value, compile again. Just gonna have a sip of the coffee. Enemy actor, enemy actor. Enemy actor, enemy actor. set the value as object. And then go do this bit. Bear with me, guys. So we're going to copy that. So again, the variable name needs to match the default value. And that's set to true. Captured, okay. I think that's it for the, if we just check that logic matches up, perfect. Replicate the logic for imprison, done. Now we're gonna go into the creature and replicate the logic after we trigger imprison. So this is fairly straightforward, this one. So we're going to get the skeletal mesh, we're going to get relative transform, split the pin, and then we're going to split the return value location. We're going to get the Z, add 50. So that basically, when it's put in its prison bubble, we're making the creature look like it's raised off the ground. Plug that in. So X, Y, and Z, rotation, scale, bing bang bosh, Bob is your uncle. That is how we do it. Set the relative get the relative transform, set it with adding plus 50 to the Z, and visibility on the prison, that is off by default, so we're gonna get the prison, I'm gonna set the visibility to true. Bosh. And then we're going to get our player reference and set escorting. Ooh. Set escorting to off because the creature has been captured. We are no longer escorting. Believe that is the logic done there. So replicate the logic after triggering imprison. Yeah. Now we've got to create the behavior tree task for the creature following this one. So very straightforward, it's literally that. So what I should be able to do, I should be able to just copy that. Oh, you know what? I'll just make a new one. C.E.S.A.R. Follow player, follow robot. C.E.S.A.R. Blueprint class, BTT. Base. It's all about the base, no trouble. BTT. C.E.S.A.R. Follow robot. And it's literally that. Yep. Cast to BP C.E.S.A.R. Cast to BP C.E.S.A.R. Yep. There we go. It's really not. I don't like it when it tries to sort it like that. It looks so ugly. Right, we're going to update the walk speed. And then we're going to set that variable as movement speed. Move that down there, move that back. And we're going to set that, it was 125 I believe, 125. 125, compile, save. And the last bit is just to get these two, paste those at the end there. Bing bang bosh, Bob's your uncle. There we go. Same code. All four creatures follow the same logic for when they're captured by the robot. So create the behavior tree task for C.E.S.A.R. follow robot. I know I'm repeating myself, guys, but I've literally, when I did this for the first creature, I wrote down every single step, so I'm making no errors whatsoever and just following it as a guide. So we've created the behavior tree task. So now we can go to the behavior tree. Add follow robot. So this is C.E.S.A.R. So it's C.E.S.A.R. follow robot. Oh! Oh, I didn't make it instance editable. What a pillock. There we go. So you can see there, follow robot, Bearcoon follow robot, C.E.S.A.R. follow robot. Same movement speed, bing bang bosh. So add the behavior tree task, follow robot, and then move to. And that's going to be the enemy actor. And you see there, side by side, 5 steps, 5 steps. Hide the radar, animation, rotate, follow, move. Perfect. Add the final step to the creature. Final step. Oh, I already did that. That was that bit. Escorting. Yeah. Add final step to BP creature, set player ref is escorting false. Okay, so guys, that is 2 creatures now with the logic in. We can't test this just at the minute because what we've done, we've put in all of the we've got all of the logic there. I know that this is going to work. All those other branches will not be able to be entered if captured is set. So whenever the creature is captured, it is only ever going to go down this branch. And the logic for the robot is when it gets the creature, it will go to a nearby container and it will put that creature in that container. That's what happens there. So all of the logic here, this will happen after the robot has collided with the creature as per this function, this event. Okay, so that's Gikanda done. I've now just got to repeat this 2 more times, and then that's all of the creature logic done. And then all that is left is the robot logic, UI menus, a couple of visual effects, and the game's done, basically. So it looks like I am on track to have this finished by Sunday, I hope. I should be able to, definitely. Yeah, should definitely have this done by Sunday. Right, so I'm going to close Bearcoon and his controller, task, and that. So let's do the next creature. So Bearcoon, Gekanda. So Gelatino's next. So open up his blueprint. Controller. So Gekanda. So creature, controller, and the behaviour tree. Okay, so the first step is to copy and paste the prison. So I'm going to copy and paste, and then if we temporarily set the visibility on, and then we need to test that his mesh sits inside. So we're going to do +50 on the Z, and there he is. He sits inside the prison. Looks so cool. So I'm going to undo that move position. We're going to go back to prison, put the visibility off, compile, save, and go to... Ooh, what the fudge have I just done there? Jesus. Okay, so prison's on. Visibility is off. So copy the prison. Next step is to add the ball to the blackboard as a key. There we go. Captured. Default off. Add key captured. Add key captured. Done that. So now we need to go to the behaviour tree itself. Oh my god, my throat. Move that left, and then we're going to add decorators to the existing branches. So up here, we're going to just copy isn't captured. Add decorator blackboard. Both is not set. Captured. So captured is not set. Same over here. Okay. Right, so we've added the decorators to the existing branches. Add decorators to existing branches. Add decorators. Add decorators to existing branches. Captured is not set. Right, so we're going to do a new sequence here. Captured by robot. Welcome to the stream. And then we're going to add the blackboard decorator for captured by robot. Oh shit. Hold on, I already had that. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm going a bit potty. There we go. Is captured. Both. Is set. Captured. Lovely. New sequence captured by robot. Add decorator to that to say captured is set. Add task hide radar. Add play animation. And this is going to be Gelatino captured. Add play rotation. Sorry, add play animation. Next up is rotate to face robot. Add rotate to face, done that. Right, now we need to go into the blueprint. Welcome to the stream, guys. Now we need to go into the blueprint for the creature, and similar to over here, where we've got this logic, we need to replicate that. So I'm going to move Decals to my second monitor, and I'm just going to replicate this code. So we're going to move the event tick down and move this across. Just go save all. Always good to save your project frequently. Right, so we're going to add a sequence. And that goes into there. Bring that back a tiny bit. Okay, that's that bit done. And then we're gonna do that. So other actor goes into there. And I'm gonna do an if. So plug that one into there, straighten up the node. And then we're going to set this as a variable. So we put this just over here. And this is going to be the enemy target. Put that in there. Shift that across the tab. Just tidy up the node. Just have that about there. Compile and save. And then, so first output is portal collision, second output is robot. Replicate logic for robot collision. Done that. We've already added the tag to the enemy robot, so now we need to go to the controller of the creature over here, and we're going to scroll down to the bottom. And add a custom event and call this imprison. Compile, save, and then we go back to the creature and we want to trigger that event after we've set the enemy target. So this is going to be Gelatino. Gelatino, and we're going to be triggering imprison. Ooh! Oh, sorry, numpty. I've picked a... I needed the controller, not the blueprint. Sorry, Gelatino controller. There we go. imprison. There we go. I'm just going to shift that down a tad. It's a little bit close to the other flow there. Okay, so trigger the custom event from the creature. Done that. Now we need to replicate the logic for imprison. So we're going to go into here. And the logic for imprison is just this. So get the actor of class, and it's going to be the creature. So go into there. And this is going to be Gelatino blueprint. Set that. Paste that there. Set value as object. So that output goes into that input. Variable name and default value need to be the same. Compile, go back to that. Compile, save. Get actor, so get Gekanda. So enemy target, enemy actor, enemy actor, enemy actor. Sorry guys, I think I'm lagging a little bit. It's like 8 in the morning and my sleep pattern's a little bit messed up. Apologies. Gratitude, Dominus. Watched a lot of Spartacus lately. Right, so we've set in the enemy target as the object, so now we do this one. Promote that to a variable. Captured. Ugh. Blackboard target, yep. Captured, 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 that's all correct. And then if we just zoom out, we can just check that those look identical. Yes, they do. Right, so replicate logic for imprison, I've done that. So now we need to go back to the creature and I need to replicate the logic from the other one I've done after the imprison. So we're going to get the And we're going to get relative transform. Split the pin struct, split the value location. And then we're going to set relative transform. Plug that in there. Split this. Oh, no. Did not mean to do that. Split the pin struct. Split that. We're going to get the Z plus 50. The scale goes into there. Rotation goes into there. The Z to Z. Y to Y. X to X. G, G. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And then we're going to get the prison. And we're going to set the visibility to on. And then get the player ref and set escorting to off. Compile, save. So we've replicated the logic after triggering imprison. So now we need to create the behavior tree task for follow robot. So AI Gelatino blueprint class BTT. Do that, select that. BTT underscore Gelatino underscore follow robot. Open that bad boy up. And we're going to cast to BP Gelatino. And then we're going to update the walk speed. We're going to promote that to a variable and call it movement speed. Make it instance editable. And it's going to be 125. GG. And then we just copy these ones. Put that at the end. Lovely stuff. Okay, so create the follow robot. Now I'm doing the last two steps where we go onto the behavior tree and we're going to be adding the Gelatino follow robot, and we'll just copy that node name and paste that in there, follow robot, and then we're going to have a move to, and that is going to be enemy actor. And there we have it, guys. That is Gelatino. All done. My little Gelatino. I have come up with some funny names. Right. Let me just put Gakanda back there. So, move to, so follow robot, add BTT task on BT, follow robot, and then add move to target enemy actor. Okay, so I can tick off Gelatino, which means, guys, we only have to do this one more time for the last creature, and then all of the creature logic is done. Oh, I'm so tired. You can see they're quite a lot of work in themselves, because you have blueprints where there's a lot more code, but this still does require a fair bit of setup and testing as well. So it's a lot of work. Gekanda, 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 Gekanda. Okay. Right, let me just have a sip of my coffee. All the talking's giving me a dry throat. Okay, let's do this. Right, so we need to open up Octo-Nymph as the last creature. So we open up the creature controller and behaviour tree. We're probably going to get an advert in a second, guys. Yep, YouTube advert, bear with me. Okay, so creature, controller, and the behaviour tree. Alright, let's do this. Right, so copy and paste the prison. So copy, paste, check it works. Plus 50. Hey, he's in his prison. Fits like a glove. Lovely stuff. Honestly, guys, this is gonna look so cool when the creatures, like when I add in the logic to the robot, and then this creature just follows. Where it just follows the robot. It's going to look cool. That's quite a cool effect though. All that is a texture and I've animated it. Super easy to do. It looks like a little force field type prison. Right, so we're going to undo the move there, and then we're going to turn the visibility back off. Compile and salve. Alright, so copy and paste the prison, done. Now what we need to do is go to the blackboard for the creature and add captured key, and default is off. Add key captured ball, done that. And we'll go to the behaviour tree and we're going to move this just over here, making room for the logic we're going to put in. Now we need to add in decorators, so it's the isn't captured. So blackboard, that, both, is not set, captured. Okay. So the decorators are in. Not the painters and decorators, just the decorators. Isn't captured, isn't captured, isn't captured. Okay, add decorators to existing branches. Done. New sequence. Captured by robot. Plug that in there. New sequence after escape space station. Add the decorator, so is captured. So is captured set. Now we need to add the task hide radar. And then we need to play animation. Loop in non-blocking, and this is Octo-Nymph captured. And then rotate to face enemy. And that's going to be enemy actor. Rotate to face robot. Rotate to face robot. And rotate to face robot, enemy actor. Rotate to face robot, enemy actor. Yeah. Okay, so that's that bit done. Now we're going to go in and add the sequence to this part here. So I'm going to take my gelatino so I can replicate this. Octo-Nymph, so we're going to move the event tick down. Let's move that, that should be good. Okay, so we're going to move this across. I'm actually going to move that up, it's a little bit close. So we're going to have a sequence. That goes into there, and then that goes into there. I'm going to move that back. Tidy up the node. Do this one there. Other actor goes into there. Another if. I'll tell you what, guys, I'm feeling tired now. I've been hit with the sleepy stick. Tidy up that one. And then promote that to a variable. And that's going to be called enemy target. That goes into there. Okay. Okay, so we've added the sequence. We've done the thing there. So now we need to replicate the logic for the collision. We've done that. We've added tag to the enemy. Oh, I need to make a note of that. Tag to enemy robot, replicate logic for the robot collision. Right, so now we're going to go to controller of the creature over here. And custom event imprison. Compile, save, and go back to this. Custom event imprison. Trigger the custom event from here. So this is going to be Octo-Nymph controller. Trigger custom event from the creature blueprint. Done. Compile. Whoa. Compile, save. So now what we need to do is replicate the logic for imprison. And that is just over here. So get actor of class. So we're getting the creature. It's going to be Octo-Nymph. And then we're getting enemy target. And doing this. Key name is enemy actor. Enemy actor, perfect. That's done, and then the next one is this. Right, so captured. Oh my god. Okay, replicate the logic. So if I just zoom out and check those are identical, they should be. Looks good to me. So replicate logic for imprison. Done. Right, now we need to go into the creature. And do the bit after here. So we're going to get the mesh. We're going to get relative transform. Split the pin struct split the value location, and then we're going to be setting relative transform. Split the pin struct, split that. Plug it in, bing bang bosh, Bob's your uncle. Get the Z plus 50. Scale into there, rotation into there, Z into there, Y to Y, X to X. GG, everyone's a winner. Everyone's a winner, baby. Get the prison. Set visibility to on. And then get the player ref. And set is escorting to off. And that should be all the logic done, I believe. GG. So replicate the logic after triggering in prison. Like I say, guys, I wrote down all the steps as I made the first creature. That's why I'm just reading it back to myself as I go. Logical approach. Methodical. Cautious. Right, so we can now create the behavior tree task. So back to the AI folder for Octo-Nymph, BTT, blueprint base, select, and this is BTT, Octo-Nymph, follow rowboat. Oh, bastard. Okay, fairly straightforward. So we're going to cast the Octo-Nymph. Do that. Update walk speed. And that is 125. I'll save, and then we copy those. Last bit. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Right, so this is follow robot. So Octo-Nymph, follow robot. 7, 8, 9, 10. Follow robot, movement speed 125. So added the task, follow robot, PT, follow robot. Now we need the move to, and that's just going to be the enemy actor. Bing, bash, bosh. Add the move to target enemy actor. Guys, we have completed the creature behaviour trees. We've done it. Excellent. Excellent. Right. Save all. So all of that logic now. All of the creatures have all of their logic. I can close. So that is all of their behaviour tree complete. You see how big that is. It's not too complicated once you get your head around it. So I need to go now though. I need to go to bed. What an amazing stream. Like, we've done the decals. I'll just give you guys a quick walkthrough because I don't know how many of you have been watching from the start, but we can go around, we can loot for the creatures. Thanks for the spam view there, Drugged. You can get the creatures. You lose the creature, they run off. He likes getting stuck on a plant pot, bless him. He likes getting stuck on that plant pot. Where's he gone? Oh, he's there. Oh! Hello, mate! So if we lose him again, he'll run off. Off he goes. Right towards the robot to get captured. You coming back, bro? No. He's off on a little adventure, he is. Where are you going, bro? Right, so guys, I'm going to call the stream there. We are very close to wrapping this up. All of the game logic is in there for the wing condition. Already tested that lots of times. We've got the decals in. One of the last things to polish is the lighting because it looks great, but there's just this slight noise effect happening inside the ship. So that is a polish job at the end. The only things remaining to be done code-wise is to program the remaining behavior tree for what is it? The robots. So we've got 2 robots. They'll basically function the same. So we need to just do those behavior trees. So robot behavior trees, the UI main menu, pause menu, win game, and the credits. I've done loads of UI before, so I've got it in previous projects, so it shouldn't take too long. I think it normally takes me about 3 to 4 hours to actually do it all. Even though I'm looking at another project of mine, it still takes a while just making sure everything's done correctly. So I do think I could have this potentially finished by Sunday, which would be amazing. If you enjoyed the stream, guys, feel free to give us a follow on Twitch. Don't forget to check out my YouTube as well if you want to see previous streams I've done. I've got playlists for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play any games I've made, feel free to check out my itch page below. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next stream.